Hello, hello, hello. Happy Tuesday. I flipped the switch too soon. I'm not zoomed in. There we go. Oh, that's what I'm supposed to start the stream on. My little thank you stream. Thank you screen. So last time we got silver and lead upgraded, which is great, except we're not getting lead ore into that system with any reliability. I've got a bunch of to-dos here on things that are bottlenecks. Acetylene is currently a bottleneck. We need more acetylene. Possibly we need more coke, and I think we just do that from red hot coke. That's not a big deal. Plastic is bottlenecking some things, and then I said orange inserters for chromium. And I think that is because chromium is really pulling... Chromium is stopped entirely. That's unexpected. Oh, we don't have sand castings. Interesting. This is not the bottleneck that I remember seeing before. All right. What's going on with sand castings? We have no sand. We have no sand. Okay. Well, that's also a thing that's broken. All right, I need to fix that first. If we don't have sand castings, we don't have, like, any metals. So that goes to the top of the to-do list. So much for what I just said in the going live notification. We're doing sand castings. All right, so what's up with sand? That's, I guess, the question. And the answer seems to be that we just have too much sand demand and not enough... Not enough actual sand production. So this is going to be... Yeah, this is the output of our... Oh no, this is sand from lead and silver. Oh, yeah, that's the only sand that I ever put a void on, apparently. Okay. This one is... What is this? So, like, I do have a bunch of stations that make sand. And what's interesting is that some of these... Oh, 4,000 is the threshold for actually getting a delivery. Yeah. So, like, we're close to having enough sand is really what it looks like. So maybe we just need to do, like, one dedicated sand build somewhere. Because, yeah, most of these sand outputs are high priority. And then there's this one, which is sand from gravel. At one point, I had this as a gravel void. And then I turned it on to run more continuously. Because I was running low on sand. But I think what I would do now is set up, like, a belt of sand this way, right? There's no sense. I think we can turn the gravel to sand thing back into a gravel void. And then... change around our priorities here. So this is on the V network. And this will be a high priority station because now it's the output of a void. And then we're going to want to make a dedicated just belt or two of sand. Let's head over to Yafsi and let's just do that. Let's figure out what that looks like. That is now void gravel to sand, and let's make a new one for sand. Because especially now that we have sand extractors, yeah. Make it 2 belts worth, 15 sand extractors. Sure. I mean, we could go real wild, I guess, but it's very hard to get 60 sand a second out of one station, so I think 30 a second is fine. Oh, you can prod module these. That's hilarious. Although maybe we should. Oh, it saves half an iron rod per second. That's a whole 0.005 advanced castings a second. Woohoo. Yeah, I don't think that's worth tripling the electricity usage. No, let's just do this. So we bring in molten iron, we bring in borax, we bring in advanced castings, we bring in hot air, we output sand. Okay, this is an easy build. 15 sand extractors and 1 casting unit. Let's grab the shopping list for this. What is... Oh, right. My slow plan to eventually upgrade all the trains. I forgot that I had this. Simple circuit boards, I think, are waiting on batteries. Yeah, everything's kind of waiting on lead and silver. Mostly silver. This is going to start backing up if it hasn't already. Yeah. Yeah, okay. So I'm going to have to bring in more lead, hand deliver some more lead containers probably. Because this system is blocked on fuel rods again. We have not gotten enough silver out into the wild to fully unblock our lead antimony alloy loop, unfortunately. All right, that'll run. That'll give us... It's 1-to-1, right? So 500 more fuel rods, which is not a ton, but... That train is not bringing lead antimony alloy. Lead antimony alloy is probably not even running right now. It is not, and it is blocked on antimony. Yeah. If I find, like, ethylene glycol, is that running right now? It actually is. Space! J-Drifter, 7 months! Holy crap, thank you so much. Oh. Really, thank you. I think I rambled on about this last month, but I really do appreciate the consistent support. It means a lot. All right. Ethylene glycol is running slowly. It actually has a chunk of silver plate, which is good. What is that? 3 to 5. 5 to 10. 10 to 15. So every one of these makes... Every one silver makes 50 ethylene glycol, effectively. Can I prod any of these steps? No. But if we've got... That's 5,000... No, sorry, 50,000. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. 1,400 times 50 is like 70,000 in total. So that's... We've got like 2 trains worth of ethylene glycol available soon, which is going to be great. Hopefully that means that it will be made consistently enough. What is rate calculator? What are we doing here? In theory, 75 a second. And that gets used in the Dow froth at 60 a second to 60 Dow froth. And then in antimony, 60. Okay. So we should, as long as we can run it consistently... Why is this one stopped? Oh, plastic. Okay. All right. Well, my hopes and my thought process here was to try to get all of this running consistently, but we might have to fix the plastic problem first. Sand is also a problem. Can the machines for sand even get built? That's a question. And the answer is yes, they're done. All right, so let's get the sand build done first, because that is currently a problem. And then from there, we can figure out... I think more plastic is going to be the next one that I want to fix. Because antimony is blocking a lot more than just, like, the lead loop. And the lead loop is backed up right now anyway on other things. So fixing acetylene and potentially coke is not the blocking situation. It's plastic. I have a note here. Oh, it says plastic 3 with propene. We've got plastic 3. Okay. Yeah, 2 titanium tetrachloride and 50 propene to 5 plastic bar. Why did I decide that that was a good option for plastic? I don't know. It seemed reasonably cheap to me when I was going through it before, is realistically the answer. I could probably also just, like, expand melamine. Or isn't there, like, a casein-based plastic? But it's also formaldehyde, which is not super cheap. We could potentially expand melamine as well, but I don't love that. Why did I decide propene was easy for me? Oh, here we go. I was looking at it. Lead plate, syngas, steam, and we do have heaps of lead now. So yeah, that is actually pretty easy. Oops. What else do I need to get rid of from my inventory? I think it's fine. Let's actually get one more sand extractor. Let's do 16 of them, just because I'll do the belt as a, you know, even number of them, half and half on either side of a belt. And since belts stack to 3, and I think sand extractors have they have a poop chute. So we'll get slightly more than 2 belts out of it. Where do I think I can do this little sand build? I think I can do it right down here. I think that's no problemo. So, inputs to this, we have... This is going to be, I think, 3 stations in total. We're going to have the fluid inputs of molten iron and hot air. We're going to have the solid inputs of the advanced castings and the borax, and then we're going to have the actual sand output. So, I mean, I could potentially squeeze it in like right here. We've got 3 stations worth of space. Easy enough to do it right here, I think. So, we're going to do the output at the top here, I think. Yeah, that's fine. And then right here, we will do the fluid in. This is going to be molten iron and hot air and molten iron and hot air. And then we're also going to have a solid drop-off station here. And this is going to have advanced castings and borax. Okay. So, casting unit here, making iron sticks. Lovely. And then we've got the actual extractors. No. This needs to be swapped out for orange inserters. And then this is only like 2 belts of input, so blue inserters should be fine on that side. All right. Now each of these takes what? Iron sticks in at a rate of 0.4. All right, so that's just 1. Oh, and I should also power all of these, shouldn't I? Cool. That looks good to me. Besides needing to actually power this. All right, and this is just going to be normal priority output for sand because all of our other sand sources are high priority because they're byproducts. So there's nothing special we need to do there. We're going to take all of these fuel rods and we're going to drop them up at silver processing to unblock silver processing because we do need to try to keep all these loops going until we fix all the weird bottlenecks. All right, and that should get the tops of this running again. Yes. It's going to take a little while for all this to kind of work its way further south here. Ooh. There we go. Lots of silver happening. There's a lot of backed up, like, silver lead solution here, so silver is going to be happening a lot very quickly. Unfortunately, it also goes through fuel rods very quickly, so Yeah, we have a lot of silver lead solution backed up. So this is gonna burn through. Gonna burn through fuel rods, unfortunately, but hopefully we've got enough fuel rods here to kind of keep the silver system, to get enough silver into the whole system that it can keep running in a loop. We've got sand happening again. And that should be... set this to a pretty high train limit because it's got stack inserters. So it can move trains through pretty quickly. But this should hopefully help us catch up on our, like, sand demand issues. But it's definitely gonna take a minute for everything to get covered there. All right. I think that's fine as far as that goes. The next thing on the list is plastic, which is apparently also blocking antimony processing now. So right now, all of our plastic is melamine. And when I was looking at this last week, I said, let's just do propene. And I kind of think that's right still, but maybe we should pop into YAFC real quick just to see what it thinks is cheaper. So, melamine is 20. Cost per recipe, sorry, not cost per... Oh, but they both make 5 plastic bars. So this thinks melamine is significantly cheaper, which, I mean, I guess it probably is. Am I even using this updated melamine recipe? Probably not. I think I'm still using this one. Yeah, I am still using ammonia and cyanic acid. So, like, what if we do go for formaldehyde and phenol? I do have some improved formaldehyde production recipes. Am I just sitting on heaps of the stuff right now, though? I am. We're not using it. That's a good sign. Well, maybe. Methane and oxygen. Okay. With a little bit of molybdenum. Methane is free. Oxygen is basically free. So... maybe we do expand melamine and we do more melamine into plastic? Rather than going for propene? Because, like... what are we doing here? Yeah, this is 3 plastic a second. And this is... double that amount of melamine. So if we wanted to, we could double plastic production here. Make this just make plastic, effectively, and then set up a new melamine build somewhere that can do a chunk of melamine for us. Alternatively, we turn this entirely into melamine output, and we set up a new plastic somewhere using the new melamine recipe. And I kind of like that plan. Because, like, we should have plenty of phenol between making it directly. Ooh, which is, like, totally stopped. That's bad. Am I out of sodium hydroxide? Jeez. Okay, for one thing, that should be a 2, but for another thing... I mean... Kinda, yeah. Into sodium sulfate is where it's all going? Where does sodium sulfate go? Carbonate. Okay. Rayon. Rayon. Which is currently backed up, but, like, I believe that rayon has been a problem. Well, that seems... I did say this was probably going to back up, didn't I? Because these have very large decay times. Excellent. Too many things are broken all at once. What do I want to do here? I mean, the reality is that I want to find... Is it just the 240 that's really backing up? I forget how this ended up. What are we actually spoiling? 240 and 242 are spoiling at fairly large quantities. Okay, and we can fix that. But the problem is that it pulls in a lot more plutonium? Yeah, that's right. That's why I didn't do this. Because we're making so much plutonium peroxide to do all of this recycling. And we also still need to let some plutonium-238 spoil. There's no way around it, which is hilarious. And we never run this one. I guess because 239 is our desired product. Regardless, this is what the solver comes up with, which, again, we're making so much plutonium peroxide, and we're just throwing it all into these. It would fix our problem, but like... $507 neutron absorbers. This is stupid. So what I ended up doing, because the 241 spoils into americium, and also it takes so long to spoil that this shows it as a negative number, I ended up wanting to do one of the neutron captures, which I think was this one. And then we let everything else spoil. Yeah, and that's where we got this 0.31242 and 0.35240 a second. And I could just throw those into bigger and bigger warehouses. I don't wanna, but I can. Because we're looking at what? 109 hours for the 240. 104 hours for the 242. And, like, I could do the math, right? We have 104 hours. Yeah. Oh, does it actually tell me how many I need to store? Will it actually show that? I was about to calculate that by hand. Is that it takes 139 quote-unquote characters to spoil it, so that's how much we need to store? Is that the... I had kind of ignored that number because it's a meaningless multiplier. The building count is the number of items. I guess it makes sense that that would end up being the same thing. Okay. So 140,000 items. They stack to 100. So that's 1.4 thousand stacks. Is that 10 warehouses? That's actually not bad. Let me do my math on that again. So it's 10 warehouses, 160 stacks, or not warehouses, deposits, sorry, and 100 items. Yeah, it's 10 deposits. Okay. Well, and then we also need to spoil the uranium down, but that's much more manageable. Yeah, 1,000 items each. And then the uranium oxide is another 57,000. Okay. So yeah, 10 deposits each for the two types of plutonium that I need to store for spoilage. And then, like, 5 deposits for uranium oxide. Each deposit holds 16,000. 4 for the uranium oxide. And really, we can also stack the uranium in there as well. So I think that's just 4 deposits for all of the uranium spoilage. Okay. And then we want to include our other... fuel cell, right? Because this also has a certain level of... yeah, we've got 35,000 here on top of 60, so call it 100,000. I'm rounding way up. I don't care. So 100,000 for all the uranium stuff, which is... six or 7 deposits for all the uranium to decay down into ash. But, like, realistically, it's 1 deposit for all of the uranium, and then 6 for uranium oxide. Okay, so let's get, like, 30 deposits, and we'll go down there and readjust our plutonium and uranium spoilage paths. I think the bots are probably going to have to manufacture these. Yeah, we don't have these in storage, unfortunately. And then after this, we'll get back to plastic, which... Here, while we're waiting for the bots, let's go back to that. If we want to do this from phenol and formaldehyde, like, are we making enough formaldehyde right now? Probably not that much of it. No, we're not. Like, molybdenum ore is pretty cheap. Drill heads are not all that expensive, so... Like, I don't mind if we do, like, this. So we can quadruple formaldehyde. We should already have extra phenol because we're making phenol directly. But we also get some from cumene distillation. 18 a second. Maybe we don't need to go quite this hard. Maybe we only do, like, 10 a second. Although that consumes all of this phenol from cumene distillation still. Our current plastic is only like 3 a second. Like, we've gotten away with such a small build. Yeah, this is the build we have. That's making 3 a second plastic and 6 a second melamine. So, like, maybe we just go small here. We just do 5 more plastic a second. We use the new melamine recipe using phenol and formaldehyde. And then we don't have to go all the way up to like 100 a second formaldehyde. We do like 50 a second. And in this one, we'll just dedicate all of the melamine to the plastic because that's what we're running low on. We have plenty of melamine in the base still. And, like, I imagine over time, we're going to be scaling this, and probably there are also other ways to make... Well, are there other ways to make phenol? Pretty much just... I mean, eventually, yes. Coal and filtration media to coke and phenol. Oh! That seems great, but also really hard to balance correctly. Oh. But this, I think, is easy enough. So I think we should go for this one. We should double the formaldehyde, which is an extra fluidized bed reactor. So we need 10 automated factories, 6 fluidized bed reactors. And then I'm going to hope we have enough phenol to not have to scale that. We're just going to grab all of this stuff. While we're here. Yeah, there's a bunch of these things in logistics storage right now still because they're being migrated from the old Logi system, so they don't have to get built. And that's going to be the case for a lot of these sort of intermediate tier buildings, is that we would have had tens of them, not huge numbers, but tens of them buffered up at the old mall because of how that mall was set up. All right, so we're going to have to route out our... So I think, looking at this, we want the 242. We need some of the 242 to spoil, but we also need some of it to consume plutonium-241. So I might want to try to set up a priority splitter there. Other than that, I think... getting rid of the 240 is fine. And then the 240 feeds into... what, 140,000 divided by 16,000 is 9. And then 8. Okay. 9 deposits for the 240 and 8 for the 242. So the 242 here, we're going to have to do like That kind of thing. And then pull it out from there. The 240. Out here. I've got one here that already pulls out all of the potential uranium products. So if any of it does spoil in here, this will pull out the uranium. So that is fine. This might have to be a faster outserter. Because, like, we do need this to eventually back up. How does this need to work? Because, like, this can go all the way up here. We loop around. Maybe what I want instead of this... Let's do this. And let's do... Enable when the 242 is greater than, like, I don't know, a couple of stacks. Let it buffer a couple of stacks. And then everything through here is decay priority. And then at the very end, it decays into a uranium product. So we want to whitelist the uranium product for these, which for the 240 is 236. And for the 242 is uranium 238. Oh, and it's ad break o'clock. Sorry, that snuck up on me. And then those both end up here. And then they'll have to be fed off to uranium oxide, which needs to be refactored. But that'll be this whitelist. All right, I'm going to step away while the ad break runs and get a little bit of water. I'll see everybody in just a few minutes. Welcome back, everybody. Thanks for hanging around through the break. Where does this go? This goes over to here, which is where all of my uranium byproducts are spoiling down. I think when I looked at that, it seemed like I need more space for some of those. So let's flip back to YAFC real quick and let's figure out what we're looking at here. So these, I mean, at only 1,000 items each, I could probably not have an entire warehouse dedicated to the 236. Well, and actually 238 is a shared problem, right? We get 238 from other sources, and same with 236. All right, yeah, I'm going to change that. Let's, up here, rather than just doing 238 and 236, we're going to switch these to blacklist the plutonium. So it'll be grab everything except the plutonium that's spoiling. Which will include uranium and uranium oxide. With everything being on decay priority, like that should make its way up here. We'll find out. If we end up with like uranium stuck way back in some of these other containers, we can revisit this. All right, so this will be the uraniums themselves and the uranium oxide. All of that needs to come over here, and I've got like multiple belts feeding into this thing, which right now is all of our unused uranium isotopes, as well as anything that's already uranium oxide. But looking at uranium oxide spoiling, we've got 57K here, plus 34K here, which is a little over 90,000. So that's like 6 deposits for uranium oxide now, which means that we're going to want to split that up into some extra. And figuring out how to do that here, I might just have to move this pipe. Two, three. 4, 5, 6. All right. So all of our uranium isotopes that are spoiling come to here. And then everything gets fed through here. And then finally ashes out first. These are not filtered, they're just decay priority. And this pipe, I now need to find where I can... I mean, I guess the outfall can stay here. We just might have to... There we go. That wasn't so bad. All right. So that'll be outputting any uranium products as well as uranium oxide. This is dumping all the spare plutonium up into these, where it has time to decay. All of these are on decay priority, right? Yes. And then anytime these decay down to something that is not plutonium, it'll get pulled out. And that gets merged all the way over here to here, where it will end up in this whole setup. As long as we're on decay priority, stacks of things should, like, it'll move a whole stack at a time, right? So hopefully we won't end up with too much weird averaging of decay amounts. Hard to tell sometimes. Especially with this looping for the 242, like, we're definitely going to see some averaging of the decay for 242. Just is the way it is. And then hopefully, I mean, this is going to start backing up on the 239 soon, which is cool. I'm not sure what to do about that. Like, I guess it's fine if there's useful isotopes backed up in here, as long as this isn't full of all of the less useful isotopes. I want to switch all these over to blue inserters. Just because when we're moving, like, because things decay in a stack all at once, and we want to, like, make room for it. Ah, shoot, we lost their filters. Blacklist 240, blacklist 242. There we go. That'll just let this whole thing drain a little bit faster. We'll get everything stacked up over here where it needs to be a little more quickly. And hopefully, if we're doing decay priority at this side, and we are, these should end up okay. I think that's fine. I think that'll work for now. We're kind of relying on... Actually, you know what? Let's not do this. Let's do this as whitelist. There we go. And that way, uranium byproducts wait at this end, and they only get fed into the rest of them as the uranium oxide. And that should just keep decay priority from getting, like, weirdly inverted. We don't want very decayed uranium to get prioritized all the way down to this end at the expense of less decayed uranium oxide. Or, yeah. All right, well, other than waiting for this to drain, I think we are as good as we're going to get. Sorry, lost my train of thought there. I think this is good. I think we have enough buffer space for everything now. It feels like a lot, and I hate to do this, but until we get much better tech, I don't think there's a lot we can do. Like, we don't have... That's not the right key. We just don't have a lot of use for these other plutonium isotopes right now. Again, the other option is to really expand this out, but it's like 100 centrifuges or something like that. And all of that plutonium peroxide goes right into reprocessing. So, like, from a wastefulness perspective, as much as it feels wasteful to just dump all of this plutonium to spoil down to uranium isotopes that I can't use, it is less wasteful than feeding in a whole bunch of extra uranium fuel cells to reprocess it. At least that's what I keep telling myself. Okay, that's fixed. Plastic production, and we also need to expand formaldehyde a little bit. So let's go drop this fluidized bed reactor over at formaldehyde. And then we can grab the new plastic build and get that set up. And then we will have to figure out what our next ridiculous bottleneck is, because I am sure there are more. Anthraquinone, formaldehyde. Oh, look at that. This looks like I set it up, so I could just, like... These do take prod modules. Maybe that's worth it. Hadn't really thought of that. I mean, nothing for this formaldehyde is really all that expensive, right? Like, molybdenum ore is not ridiculous to mine. So, I don't know. I'll think about it. But for now, I'm holding on to one molybdenum ore. Let's not do that. Let's go. And get the new plastic done. I think we're going to put it, I'm going to put it like right over here somewhere. The inputs to this are formaldehyde and phenol. Of course, this needs 3 stations. So I think we're doing a new... And where can I go? Here. Not there. Can we go here? Yes, we can go here. Okay. So looking at YAFC, we're bringing in, okay, 5 a second phenol, 20 a second formaldehyde. This is a very small build. I'm really not that worried about what we need to do here. So, phenol. And I'm going to go ahead and we're going to do the outputs to this such that if I so desired, I could upgrade this all the way to a belt of phenol in. But I don't think that's going to need to happen immediately. Actually, because this is just one fluid, I don't have to do any adjustments to this. I don't even need a filter. Whoops, wrong pipes. I just do the request. Formaldehyde. So, belt of that. That all feeds into 5 fluidized bed reactors, which I think I'm going to do down here. Melamine. This one. And all of those are 1 a second. And then 10 automated factories. This is easy. Plastic bars from melamine. One each in, half each out. Power. And then coming out of that is going to be 5 plastic bars, which is like that. All right, that's more plastic. I don't necessarily have strong feelings about if this plastic is preferred over the other one. So I think for now, we're just going to leave it. Oh, 10 a second melamine, though, on one side of a belt is not useful, is it? So I need to either stack this or switch to a red belt or... There we go. Because that should be 2, 4, 6 on one side and 2, 4 on the other. So that's fine. Oops, I did the thing. Fortunately, this should consume all of this formaldehyde in a reasonable period of time. So we'll just let that go. We'll leave it. I'm not going to worry about it. I'm not going to add another tank. Our plastic demand is high enough, and we need enough melamine that I think we will use all 25,000 of this that's in this train. Cool, that's more plastic. It's going to be hard to know, like, right away if that's fixing anything for us. Like, there's a lot of unmet plastic demand right now. So we're just going to have to wait until it's made enough that it can start doing some deliveries. But this is more than doubling our plastic, right? We're going from 3 a second to now an extra 5 a second. So... How is... Well, we'll check on plastic again later. Sodium hydroxide was looking sad earlier, and is still looking pretty sad. We may have to increase sodium hydroxide production. Which is just such a wild thing to say. Limestone out is backed up. Interesting. I think this is all slightly overbuilt, so like some of these being backed up some of the time is normal. But no, this should be able to get itself a whole belt out. Is there just too much? Because, yeah, this should be running at, like, a whole belt out. That... The fact that there's this much limestone sort of caught in the loop is concerning to me. Because this should be able to use all of its limestone, right? And then... Let's double check what this looks like in YAFC. So sodium hydroxide makes... It makes all the limestone it needs. Okay, so the limestone that I'm mining was purely for bootstraps. So maybe I just need to throw a chest in the middle of that loop to make it a little less... Just to give it a little sort of flexibility in the loop. That's probably all it needs. I don't know if that's going to fix my, like, overall demand. I probably still have more demand for sodium hydroxide than I have production capacity, but let's at least fix the bugs first before we go and make another build. So first things first, we don't need this at all because this completely loops its limestone. And then the other thing is that we want... a little bit of a buffer here. And that should do the job. Yeah, there was a lot of limestone that got caught in this. Alright, does this look like it's outputting something that is closer to a full belt now? And the answer is yes. I mean, the occasional spot still gets missed. And I wonder if I can fix that easily. Probably not. But it's much closer to putting out a full belt. I mean, if I really want to, like, we can do... Oh, no. We can do that kind of thing. Which should at least stop limestone from ever being the limiting factor and should make hydroxide always the limiting factor. And maybe that's enough to ensure that we always get a full belt of hydroxide out. Yeah, I mean, you still see the occasional place where we get a gap, right? Where it just can't swing the inserter fast enough. And it's very consistent about that, unfortunately. And I guess I could fix that with another outserter, right? If I, like, wanted to do that, that would help this to more easily fill all the holes. It's interesting that we don't need to do that here. Like, this side ended up fine. I guess it's just how the belts end up around curves and other things like that, right? But yeah, we are consistently pushing out a full belt now. Cool. So this is now something that I can easily duplicate if I so desire. It brings in, I mean, it pulls quite a bit of coke, yeah. So I would probably... I mean, I would want to just, like, copy and paste the whole thing. But, of course, that includes other stuff that I don't want to copy. We'll figure that out. But let's, what do we got? Chemical plants, high-pressure furnaces. Yeah, what is all this? 15 chemical plants, 4 high-pressure furnaces. Okay. We can request those things. Did I mess up down here when I made plastic? Oh, look, there's only 9 of those. Yes, I did mess up. I'm still sitting on one of these automated factories. But that's fine. So we'll do more sodium hydroxide. I'll set it up down there. And we can drop off that other automated factory that I missed at the same time. Because hopefully, once we get into range... I was going to say, hopefully these are things that we have available. Not really. We have some chemical plants, but not all of them. They're going to get made, though. Maybe. We are out of circuit boards. They're not going to get made. Let's just, you know what? Let's turn this off for now. Not that we can get enough circuits to make many chemical plants here, but it'll at least help. So circuits are lead antimony alloy. They're blocked on batteries. This is still blocked on bringing antimony in. Antimony was blocked on plastic, and we did, you know, improve plastic. So... if we check that... yeah, it looks like... I mean, antimony is still... I mean, we do have antimony happening. Okay, we did get some plastic here. We're just running out of plastic quickly. Which shouldn't be surprising. This whole system is clogged up, and there's a lot of these antimony pulp and concentrates in here. But that is actually antimony out, which is just awesome to see. It has been a hot minute since we've been making antimony with any regularity. Hopefully this gets plastic on the way soon. But I think, like, our overall plastic demand is still being caught up on, so... Where is this going that it brings not a whole stack? Ah, Pi Science Pack 2. Okay. Also out of plastic. Well, it seems like I expanded plastic, like, right in time. That could have been significantly worse. Uh-oh. This is also very broken. We do have circuits here, just not in the right place. So let's help out. What are these waiting for? Stone brick. All right, that's just being slow. So we've got everything we need for another sodium hydroxide build. We'll just put this right down here, right next to where I just did the new plastic build. I think that's fine. I've been doing a lot of random little builds over in this corner. And I'm okay continuing to do random little builds in this corner. This is probably all blocked on nuclear fuel rods. Yeah. Let's see if we can fix... fix these trains. All right, now that we're getting the phenol in again, that'll help finish draining the formaldehyde here. I mean, I guess I could. Oh, shoot, this is going to dispatch another train! Yeah, because we have space in here for more. All right. I'm going to have to fix this somehow. think it goes like that. And then once the next train comes over... No, because this will pump into here, and that'll just pump in a loop. So I need to disconnect this, which probably means getting rid of this pump. Yeah, we're still fine with this. We'll do that. And then for here, I think it just needs to come like... There we go. So this will top up into here. And then this will pull from that system. And eventually this will empty and I can undo this whole disaster. That works. And then I already put this down. Yes, I put that down. So we're doing sodium hydroxide. Let's just go right up to the existing sodium hydroxide build. And we are going to copy and paste this. Like, I don't know, to here. Nope, not quite. Oh, and of course these stations don't line up because they're different. But you know what? I'm okay with that. Because it's easier to copy and paste this. So we're just going to live with the fact that some of these stations aren't quite the same. Oh, I didn't copy and paste enough of that to get a full overlap. Now, this whole thing is going to need a little bit of limestone to bootstrap itself. And we can do that. Enable when limestone is less than, I don't know, a couple of stacks. There we go. So that'll let this run its loop until there's a couple of stacks of limestone in the buffer, and then the whole thing just cycles. So we really just need to get water in, which is what this pipe is, to here, and to these guys. What do we need? I think we just need the water. Yeah, we just need water. All right, that should be a bunch more sodium hydroxide. Hopefully that solves some of our struggles there. And I want to disconnect. I'm going to disconnect. Well, this one I can just do, actually. So I'm going to do that. Solid pickup station. This one I have to wait for trains to be no longer on their way here. It's hard to tell because there's 2 trains with this stop. So we just kind of have to wait. But this one should no longer be requesting anything. I just want to make sure that all the trains with this stop are actually going up to the other one before I delete the station and replace it. And that'll just give us a new train stop name so that they're unique because I copied and pasted it. And, oh, these hands need read, hold, set filter. And I can actually do that up here as well, because that's probably also wrong on this sodium hydroxide build, right? Yeah, these are all just holding crap. I'm amazed that... Wow, that broke literally right when I went up to look at it. I would have expected it to have broken sooner, but... I'm glad that I caught it. Okay. Yeah, I think... I'm gonna try this. Hopefully it's not broken. Hopefully there was time for it to use all of its train stations. There we go. And then we can turn the requests back on. This one should already be set as an output. Cool. Oh no. Yes? Yes. This should have requests. Minus 3,000 salt. It's possible we don't have salt. I would believe that to be the case. No, we have plenty of salt. Pardon me, had to mute to sneeze there. Yeah, why are trains not being dispatched here? It is showing up here. Is it that this station doesn't have a good enough train limit? Oh, yeah, that's bad. Fix that. And then hopefully this one is going to the other sodium hydroxide and not this one. We'll find out shortly where it's routing to. Okay, it is. Now we've got salt being picked up. We're good. Sweet. What's this waiting for? Slaked lime. What's slaked lime waiting for? Oh, carbon dioxide out. I forgot about that. That's easy enough, though. Drop it right here. Sweet. That should be fine. I think that's fine. It's going to take a minute for all of this to turn on, obviously. It's going to take a minute for us to get all the salt we need. But this should start running more consistently now. And I think that will... Hopefully that's enough to solve our sodium hydroxide problems, is just having a little bit of extra getting made here. All right, so we're back to what I said I wanted to do at the start of today's stream, which is more acetylene. If we check our lead mining, we can confirm that it's still a problem, but like... Oh, actually, well, no, now it's output full. But that's probably because we're blocked on, like, fuel rods or something. Almost certainly because we're blocked on fuel rods or something. If I check silver... Yes, we are out of fuel rods at the moment. So that's going to be blocking it. And we're not going to see our acetylene shortage. But I promise, when lead and silver are running at full tilt, we have an acetylene issue. It may not be the highest priority thing if we're still kind of trying to get the whole silver to lead antimony alloy to lead container loop, like, fully running. If we're still not getting the deliveries of lead antimony alloy that we need. What is the status of antimony oxide? Is that it's waiting on plastic. And our new plastic build is running. It's running. And like in a general sense, we still have a lot of demand for plastic in the base, but we are making some progress on getting it cleaned up. So, I mean, it seems like antimony is pretty much the only thing that's not having its demand met right now for plastic. So that's a good sign. How much plastic can antimony pull just on its own? That's a question. 4 on its own. Okay. I just made 5 new plastic. We had 3 before. Why did I ever... Okay. Clearly we were way over demanding on our plastic before. And until antimony demand is sort of balanced out and figured out, antimony is going to keep trying to pull that full, like, for a second plastic. So we might need more plastic, is what I'm saying. You know, we can drop down another copy of this pretty easily if we so desire. Maybe that's worth thinking about. Is just doubling this up. I'll think about that over the break, and I'll come to a decision. It is ad break o'clock. I do run just one ad break an hour, just long enough to keep the pre-rolls off, because pre-roll ads are stupid. I am going to step away and get a little bit of water during the break. I recommend you do the same. Stretch your legs, hydrate, posture check, all those good things. And when we're back, we probably need to make sure our plastic and antimony situation are stabilized, and then we'll try to figure out acetylene. So I'll see everyone in just a few minutes. Welcome back, everybody. I appreciate you sticking around through the break. Okay, let's... My concern is that if I double this up, we're quickly going to just start running out of phenol again. And, like, I can increase phenol production, but... Because cumene distillation is stopped on, because our acetone is full. Yeah. So if we become overly reliant on expecting to get phenol out of cumene distillation, we're going to have a bad time. And our phenol up here is, I mean, it's fully backed up, but it won't be for long. Also, do these not have a filter? All right, that's something else to fix. Let's go do that while I'm thinking about it. It doesn't look like that is set up properly to stop making cellulose when phenol is backed up. So it's just sitting there wasting wood. Apparently I have enough wood now, but I don't really want it doing that. So let's go fix it. So, what do we need here? We need these to not run if all of this is backed up. So really, I think I could just take, like, a signal out of here. There we go. Disabled by control behavior. And that will just come all the way across all of these. And that should stop them all now from actually running if we have plenty of phenol. Cool. One more small bug fixed. New plastic is still running. I'm assuming... I'm surprised Cybersyn hasn't dispatched something to it yet. But I guess we've got other things. Oh. Yeah, we might have kind of caught up on plastic here. Because I think I only give this, like... Yeah, 60, 30, 150. We could set this to minus 40 and have this be, I think, fully full. And that'll just let this request, in theory, 2 trains for plastic simultaneously now instead of just 1. Yeah, now we've got 2 trains incoming for plastic. So that should help kind of keep the plastic moving in here. It's going to take a while for this to really keep itself going. And obviously, the other thing I have to keep an eye on is the Dow froth, which is sitting fine at nearly 70,000 right now. Or sorry, nearly 60,000. This end is turned off. Yeah, but it's half full. Okay. So So ethylene glycol has been catching up, and the Dow froth has been catching up. Which means that our silver has been running. It's stopped now, of course, right? Yeah. We do not have enough silver. But hopefully that means that we've got enough of the Dow froth and the ethylene, well, just the Dow froth, really. Enough of the Dow froth backed up that we can keep antimony running. And if we can keep antimony running, we can eventually get caught up on the lead antimony alloy demand, which is going to feed lead containers, which feeds fuel rods, which will close the loop on silver. That's the whole loop that we need to close. And part of why I'm watching it so closely is because it does have so many steps, and if any of them falls over, the loop doesn't close, and I have to try to manually bootstrap it again. So I am watching the antimony with great interest because I want to see it stabilizing, running consistently, and eventually starting to regularly fulfill demand around the base. The reality is we have a lot of demand for it and not a lot of production at the moment. So it is going to take a hot minute for all of this to really catch up. But that is the hope, is that it will indeed catch up. It does seem like it's running pretty consistently right now. Yeah, there's still a lot of backed up antimony on this side. It's going to take a little while. I wonder what my, like, total here. Let's, So we make a whole, apparently 4.5 antimony a second, which, is not a lot. Let's see if we can... Is there, like, a close all tabs? Of course there's not. That would be too easy. I've let my EFC get a little messy. But I just want to look at our, like, overall antimony demand and see how gnarly is it right now. Ingredients. Yeah, ingredients. Oof. Like, vitrolloy uses a small amount. Nuclear samples use a very small amount. Nextlit antimony alloy potentially uses a lot, but I don't think we actually run Nextlit antimony alloy at full capacity. I mean, Mech Parts 02 apparently pulls in... Oh, that just pulls in Nextlit antimony alloy, so don't need to worry about that one. Mech Parts 1 does pull in antimony oxide directly, because we're casting shafts. Laboratory instruments? No, that's an alloy. Intermetallics also pull in one of the other alloys? Yeah. Lead antimony alloy, obviously. Batteries, fuel rods. I think everything else here uses antimony in an existing alloy. So if we look at the summary, 2.4, 3.5, 4.86, 5.6 in theory, but in practice a little bit lower because we're not running our alloys at full. We're missing one of the other alloys. .4 and we have 4.4. Okay, so we really only have about 2/3 of the production we could theoretically consume. Some of these are not going to be running at full speed, obviously. But like the mech parts 1 are definitely going to want to run at full speed for a while because we're way behind on those. Possibly the next lead antimony alloy. Lead antimony alloy is definitely going to run at full speed for a while, and that's going to pull 2.4 a second. How is that in lead? Lead containers pull 2.4 lead antimony alloy a second. We make 3 a second. Okay. Yikes. Batteries are 2 a second. And like lead and silver will pull, well, 0.43 and we're making 0.6. So really like 2/3 of this, which is closer to 1.6 a second. 2 a second. I mean, we're tight on antimony. We're tight on lead antimony alloy. I think as everything kind of stabilizes and the loop closes, we're going to be okay. But it's real close. Like, simple circuits only use, a quarter of a battery a second. So, like, once our batteries are rebuffered, they're not going to be using anywhere near 2 lead antimony alloy a second. We're not pulling 2 batteries a second. But because antimony has been so foobar for so long, we're in a place where all of these builds are going to be trying to suck it down as quickly as they can. Yeah. So that's going to be our issue, I think, is can we keep everything running until we get enough of everything buffered? Because really, again, it's closing the loop on the fuel rods that I'm most concerned about. I think once we do that, once we have a delivery of fuel rods kind of always in the loop and ready to go, we're going to be okay, and we don't have to worry about the silver loop anymore. And also, like, once we finish draining the old lead station, which I think is still happening. Yeah, there's still a lot of lead over here. So, like, until this fully drains itself, we also can't really... we're not pulling lead on the other side, which means that silver is going to get slowed down. So all of this... There's not a lot I can do about that. I mean, I could manually try to ship the lead from here down to, like, the other station, but that doesn't actually help. We just have to get get through our big buffer of spare lead. And, you know, some of that will go into the lead antimony alloy as we get more antimony delivered to it and other things. So, it's definitely not gonna be as quick as I would like, though. Okay. I think we can start thinking about acetylene. I don't think there's anything I can do, like, watching this right now. I think we just have to wait. We have to, you know, occasionally check antimony deliveries here. But it's really going to be a matter of just waiting and seeing the whole thing kind of catch up. What is that? Vitrolloy? Yeah. Yeah, like, Vitrolloy is totally empty, so it's going to take a while for that to rebuffer, and that probably means that, like, brakes are starting to... Yeah. Having this running is great, though. I don't remember the last time these were running. I bet I can find out. Let's look over the past 10 hours, and we will search for shaft Mark 1s. There we go. So it seems like it ran for about a half an hour every 3 hours previously. Was where we were at. Pretty consistently, actually. Yikes. That's been like that for a while. All right. Well, good to know. Hopefully these can... Yeah, we're also going to see, obviously, gearboxes getting made. But, like, shafts and gearboxes, I think, are... Shafts have consistently been the problem child of Mech Parts 1. No matter which version of the recipe I was using. So... it'll be... good to... hopefully see this running a little more consistently. Plastic is looking fine here at this point. Do we have enough plastic coming in regularly? We do. And as far as plastic bars in general go, yeah, we look good. I'm worried about this lack of glassware, and I'm worried about this lack of primers. Let's check on that stuff. Eh? Excuse me? Look at that. We're running out of, like, liquid fuels. Oh, we don't void this aromatics, which means this aromatics doesn't go to diesel. And I guess that was intentional because... why? I mean, sure. We're specifically turning tar into aromatics there. That's fine. Is there anything in oil that we should be maybe exporting as a fuel? Petroleum gas we're doing. Nothing at this end, right? Kerosene, xylitol, grease, cumene. All right. So yeah, it seems like our, tar processing down to fuels is just not keeping up. I mean, we're doing the naphthalene thing. I mean, I could set up another tar processing build, but that seems silly. I can switch diesel here to do... well, I mean, I could switch... maybe I do just switch the aromatics and tall oil build. So that it's allowed to overflow the aromatics. My conception had originally been that this was making aromatics for me primarily, so we want to get rid of the tall oil and the gasoline, but not necessarily the aromatics. But if we let... well... I mean, really, the other thing I could do is I could make this not a void. I could make this just aromatics to diesel run all the time. That's an option, too. But either of those would sort of help with the current situation. Either get us more diesel or more... and also the tall oil is a fuel, and also it makes gasoline, which is a fuel. So let's do that. Let's go flip that switch. I will set that so that it's an overflow rather than changing diesel. That way I still can think of having diesel as a void when I need to, if I need to reconsider those things. Aromatics from tar is way to the south. And I probably do need to expand some of my processing here, but... for now... if we put aromatics overflow logic on that, let's just copy it from tar processing. That means this will run continuously. And then, this will push aromatics up to diesel as needed. I will remove this as a high priority, though, so we still prefer to pull aromatics from the places where it's really a byproduct, rather than from here. But this should, like, immediately get a couple of trains dispatched. Because, yeah, like, we have plenty of tar. This tar extractor has been doing nothing. And as soon as this goes, all of this turns on, right? Yes. So yeah, that'll turn aromatics to diesel. That'll give us a little more tall oil. That'll give us a little more gasoline from these byproducts. And hopefully that will be sufficient to deal with some of our fuel shortages. And, like, I need to be thinking about my liquid fuels in a more holistic sense again, probably. You know, we're getting rid of petroleum gas as needed here. Maybe shouldn't be doing that, because if we're using this petroleum gas as a fuel, we're not using it where we have demand for petroleum gas. And then that means we're running our aromatics to petroleum gas build more often. And I suspect it's better to be running aromatics to diesel than aromatics to petroleum gas. Although this doesn't have tin chromium alloy anyway, so... But, like... Yeah, not having petroleum gas in the fuel system is maybe a thing that I should do. I don't know if I have something that is specifically a petroleum gas void, and I was sort of relying on the fuel system to be that overflow. And, like, I can do that, right? But... I could do that. Might take a little work, though. So, if I want to keep using petroleum gas as a fuel to be, like, a void thing, then I would want to set this threshold higher. But I would also need a way for fuel stations to definitely collect from the petroleum gas stations that are the most full. Because if I set the threshold much higher, we need them to come from another station. Or we need it to actually come from that station so that it doesn't fill up and block, right? Like, if we could set the threshold here to, like, advertise petroleum gas when there's 200,000, but then a train will happily pick one up from any station that has 25,000 or more. And we really want them to pick up from this station only. So that would probably mean changing all of our fluid providers and consumers to a separate network. And then when I want to dump something as fuel, I can just add the F network to that station, in addition to advertising that we have so much of that fuel available on the radar network. And that would work, but, like, how many dozens of fuel stations do I have around this map that I need to change the network on? A lot. So the other option is to start pulling petroleum gas off of fuel entirely, because I want aromatics to get turned to diesel, not to petroleum gas if we need fuel. And then from that, I'd need to find another way to deal with petroleum gas overflow. And what would that be? I mean, we can just burn it, right? That's always an option. And indeed, that may be the answer. Yeah, that's not a thing that's a useful void, though. That just needs petroleum gas. So yeah, I think it would probably have to be like a just burn it thing. And like, that's fine. Flue gas is always a useful byproduct. But it's not... I don't know. It feels wasteful. Like, if we're going to be burning it anyway... Oops. If we're going to be burning it anyway, I would much rather burn it as a fuel. But that's just a big refactor of the whole fueling system if I want to be able to do that. And I don't know if I have that in me. All right. In the short term, though, this is running. Obviously, we're not making, like, huge amounts of gasoline super quickly yet. But all of this is running, and it should have gotten a couple of deliveries up to diesel, right? And yes, we got a little bit of diesel out of that. Is glass running at all? Probably not yet. Yes. Okay, good. It's not running well. Like, there's not enough fuel here, but it is running. I mean, we could just expand this whole setup, right? Like, how much... $240 tar a second, making 100 tall oil and 140 aromatics and 50 whatever. 50 gasoline. That's actually quite a bit of fuel value. Just, I'm sure our demand is very bad right now. If I can find something over here that is like running on liquid fuels. Yeah, this one's about to request more. This one's actually full. Okay, that's good to see. That the iron nexylate antimony special alloy is pretty much buffered. Because that means we're not going to need to send a lot of antimony to this particular build. But yeah, we've got a lot of demand for fuels around the base. there anything I can do with my naphtha? I have spare naphtha. And theoretically spare BTX, too. Which is benzene, right? So, naphtha to syngas. Sorry, aromatics and naphtha to diesel. Is this a better ratio on the diesel than I get from aromatics directly? Probably. Or naphtha to tall oil. Bitumen, naphtha to hydrogen. Yeah, so if we look at what? That's 500 aromatics to 3.5 diesel. What's our current ratio? We're using hydrogen, which is 500 aromatics to 300 diesel. And we're just turning hydrogen into naphtha anyway, or naphtha into hydrogen anyway. Right? Did I set that up? I know I talked about it. I may not have actually done it. No, we still have hydrogen from syngas, not from naphtha. Either way, if we bring in naphtha instead of hydrogen, we're going to get a better conversion on our diesel. So let's do that. Let's, well, we got to let it use up all of its hydrogen first. And then we can switch it over. So I've removed the request for hydrogen here. And then as aromatics happen, that'll be fine. Is there anything that I can do to make more aromatics more reasonably? Five lignin to 150 aromatics. I have no idea how good or bad that is. Oleochemicals and syngas to aromatics and tar. Olefins to aromatics, tar. Naphthalene to coke. Oh, we're doing this, right? As part of our... Surely we're doing this as part of our tar processing. So, I mean, the only one that really jumps out is olefins, which I don't think I have a ton of excess of. I don't actually know where I'm making them. Yeah, okay, I'm making them intentionally from syngas down here. And then also doing aromatics and gasoline as a byproduct of that. So that would let me do, like, syngas to light oil and olefins, and then olefins to aromatics. So that would be basically syngas to a bunch of aromatics with a little gasoline. I'm not coming to any conclusions here, obviously. There's just so many different paths at this point we can go to for fuels, and, you know, as far as old school tar processing, like, this pretty much processes everything down to aromatics and gasoline, which is great. but it's probably not the most efficient. Maybe there's something we can do with tall oil at this point. Tall oil and light oil to benzene and aromatics. We get tall oil from this recipe. I wonder if we get better fuel value that way. Let's see if we can find. We have this aromatics from tar, right? And currently this gets us 50 tall oil, 25 gasoline, and 70 aromatics. Okay. If instead of doing this, we do this. We're bringing in... Oh, this is based on... Sorry, I need to change this to be based on an input, not an output. Get rid of this tar at 120. Okay. So this is what we got. The other option would be tall oil separation. And so what do we got? We've got 70 aromatics, 50 tall oil, 25 gasoline. And if we instead do this, we have only 45 aromatics, 25 benzene, and 25 tall oil. Okay. This is worse. Good to know. Significantly worse as far as the aromatics yield goes, but also gasoline versus benzene. Gasoline is better. Plus, we lost half the tall oil. So this is the way to go as far as fuel value goes. We were talking, I don't remember if it was last week or the week before, but for trains, we were talking about fuel oil, specifically from moondrops. And that's a thing that we could also potentially just push to the base, is moondrop fuel oil. It's not a huge fuel value, but, like, it's good enough. And it's very nearly ZI. Let's see. Do I have this? Train fuel. Yeah. This is what we were looking at. All right, it's not ZI. We need hydrogen. We need tailings. We need fertilizer. We need Yotoi. Nothing crazy, though. And we could very easily make this handle, like, we just skip the barreling machine if we also want fuel to be available to the rest of the base, right? So the problem is we're a couple techs away from this, I think. Yeah, even if we... Well, I don't need plastic 3 anymore because I changed my mind about which plastic to use. But yeah, we've got like 3 techs before we get to moondrops. And I'm not sure if we're going to be able to limp forward, honestly. If glass cannot run consistently, then we're going to have issues. Yeah, glass is very broken. All right. Well, we do have more fuels on the way, at least. So we might catch up on some of our fuel demand just by turning this on full time, which is fun. And honestly is fine. Like, it's fine if this runs full time and just overflows the aromatics. If this keeps fuel working, I'm happy. How's antimony doing? Antimony is running. It's running every time I look at it. That's a good sign. Plastic looks good. Plastic looks good. And actual antimony oxide, like, demand around the base is actually looking okay. Yeah, everything's running. Cool. We caught up on antimony oxide demand faster than I thought we would. Obviously, the lead antimony alloy is going to be in big demand for a little while, and this whole system's just going to have to run. We can maybe make this a little... We could maybe make this bigger. If we so desired. Drop some more smelters in or something like that. Because this is going to be pretty slow to, like, catch up on lead antimony alloy demand. Which is... I mean, yeah. I mean, it goes to batteries, and it goes to lead containers, right? Those are the two places. And my hope is that, again, we have enough silver and antimony in the loop now that this can catch up on its own to a full delivery of lead containers, to a full delivery of fuel rods, right? And then once the loop is closed, I'm reasonably comfortable with it. But not being able to close the loop just yet is making me a little nervous. Making me nervous that our antimony is going to fall over or something in the interim. You know, I'm watching this amount of Dowfroth 250 get smaller and smaller every time I look at it, and we might still have some buffered up here. No. No more deliveries of Dowfroth available. So we are going to have to make do with what we have, and if that's not quite enough, I'm going to have to manually close the loop. I'm going to have to, you know, if we don't quite have a full batch of lead containers, I'll have to do more lead container to fuel rod to silver sort of hand deliveries. But every time we do that, you know, in theory, we get more silver and antimony out than, like, goes into making these containers. But it is not, you know, not great. It's not a great loop, and I'm not happy with it. But we've still got quite a bit of lead that's here. I don't even know how much demand for, like, lead plate we have anymore. I'm sure it's used somewhere. Oh, lead acetate. There we go. But I think for the most part, we've migrated our lead to... We've migrated a lot of things to molten lead. So there's just not as much demand here. But like we can see, these stations are getting pretty close to a couple requests. Yeah, bio containers into bio samples. All right. Oh, that reminds me, there was something else that was broken with this, wasn't there? I don't remember what it was, though. Was it primers? Primers seem like they have everything. I mean, yes, something is requesting primers. Good alien sample is blocked on primers. Only wants half a trainload of them, too. It seems like... Do I not have enough sap? Sap is such a weird thing to be limited and restricted by here. But it does seem to be our limiting factor. So primers need... We're scaled to 10 microorganism mines. And I have 5 around each assembler. That's fine. Because I'm not getting 10 around one biofactory. Yeah, this says 5 sap extractors. I have 3. I wonder if sap extractors were changed in a patch and I missed it in the patch notes. Let's grab a couple of... Grab a couple of sap trees and let's go fix primers. Either that has been wrong since I built it, or something changed in a patch. Those are the 2 options. And it looks like we've got everything we need in storage. So should be no problem for the bots to bring this stuff to us. While we're waiting for that delivery, let's double check. Yeah, I've got a 3 would be the perfect number with Mark II sap trees. That's an old build, though. I wouldn't have been thinking about... Would I have been thinking about Mark II sap trees? I don't know. All right. All the deconstructions are remarked. We are getting closer and closer to emptying the old mall. We've got 2 sap extractors, 4 sap trees. All right, let's head over all the way to the other side of the base where we're doing primers. We'll drop these off. Maybe I did build that thinking I would upgrade it to Mark II sap trees. Maybe? It's just such a weird thing to have built with that in mind, especially with such a small number of sap tree machines. I don't think I would have cared. All right, well, it is ad break o'clock. I'm going to step away and get myself a little more water. When we come back from the ad break, we will, I don't know what. The plan is still expand acetylene. That still needs to happen. Like, it's going to be a bottleneck again. We just have to fix all the other bottlenecks first. So it might be that. But I'll see everyone in just a few minutes. I appreciate y'all hanging around through the break. Welcome back, everybody. Let's get these powered. All right. Hopefully that fixes primers. How bad is good alien samples? Okay, so we caught that relatively early. We still have a lot of these available. So I'm not overly concerned about that yet as far as like our overall science goes. Yeah, science is running. Lead antimony alloy is running. How much antimony does this try to request? Just minus 30. Okay. Let's buffer a little bit more antimony in this station, just that way if the delivery gets a little inconsistent, it can smooth itself out a little more. Overall, how's our antimony oxide looking? Yeah, I mean, we still need deliveries to basically everything. So we're not really caught up yet. And this number's not going up, and that concerns me. We're stopped because of coke. Okay. And there are no trains delivering coke here. That is bad. I knew coke was looking a little bit sad, but like... yeah, this is a problem. So... here's a question. Do I just go ahead and turn on another full-blown tar processing stack? Like, do we just copy and paste that straight out? Because, like, this generates a bunch of, I mean, not heaps of coke, but, like, a couple of belts of coke. A little bit more than a belt of coke. But it also generates a bunch of, fuels, etc. So maybe we just expand tar processing. We drop down a third tar processing belt. And then we probably will also still need more coke. We'll still want to expand like red hot coke. But that's that's easier to do. I mean, this is not a big build, obviously, and this generates whatever, however much coke it generates. Not actually that much. I'm also turning a bunch of it into steam, though. I could probably swap this all out to electric boilers. And this would generate a bunch more steam, or a bunch more coke. Because, like, power is not as much of an issue as it has been in the past. So... I don't know why this thinks we cap out at only 15.7 gigawatts. Because these should be able to run 19 gigawatts on their own. Plus another 7. Is one of them not running correctly? No input fluid. Molten salt is backed up. Did I screw something up? No fuel. Oh! I did screw something up. I never got the water drain here, whatever that's called. Do I remember what it's called? Outfall. Alright, something else to go fix. Oh, geez, also... How long has that been broken? I don't even know how I achieved that. Yeah, so let's grab the outfall. Let's go fix that power plant, just because, again, when I find little things like this, I like to just fix them. And then we do still need to be thinking about liquid fuels and about coke production. Actually, since we're going back to base, let's look at red hot coke. Because, yeah, we're wasting, like, half the coke in this. So let's switch to making steam from electricity. And then... There we go. So we need 3 boilers. I could probably do this. I mean, we could probably get rid of the cooling tower and do it with 2. Yeah, with a top-up valve. I can do this with a top-up valve. Let's do it with a top-up valve. So 2 boilers. And of course, Red Hot Coke is on, like, the other side of the map from where I need to go for fixing the power plant. But that's okay. We can run around. We'll do a grand tour. So yeah, requests are for the outfall and for the electric boilers. We'll get the outfall for fixing up the power plant. And then we will have to go... Oh, I have an outfall in my inventory. Interesting. Oh, it must have been delivered when I was up here. There was an outfall available in this network still. I didn't even think about that. All right, and we got the electric boilers. Okay, I do have a few smaller pie tanks. Good. Well, I've found when I'm, like, looping steam around and things like that, it helps to have a little bit more breathing room than what the pipes give. So I like to have tanks when I'm trying to avoid outfalls. All right, so outfall can go right here. No. Cool. That should get this whole loop looping again. Almost immediately. And as soon as these turn on, and this starts going, now the system should say that we have... No? Yes, 25 instead of 15. There it goes. All right, we're happier again. I'm surprised that we've been able to run, that we're back down to like only 10.6. gigawatts of demand. I really thought we were more consistently higher demand than that at this point, but you know what? I'll take it. Oh, I forgot to... Oh, well. Deal with that later. I grabbed these Logibots from the old mall. I was going to bring them over to the new mall, and I didn't drop them off when I was over there. All right. All the way over we go to Red Hot Coke. We'll swap Red Hot Coke over to electric boilers. Because again, plenty of power. And now that it's reporting correctly, now that I have both of these turned on, we can see that it really is plenty of power. Red Hot Coke is way over there. Okay. It really is like the opposite corner of the map from where my power plant is. So let's... Oh, I wasn't voiding here anyway. I was already using a top-up valve. Cool. And it looks like I decided I could do it without... Oh, does this also just completely get rid of the entire... Cool. Yeah, that's the whole ash output from this. Wait, no, that's not true. This has ash out. Oh, yep, I screwed up. I was wrong. I got aggressive. It's only to here. All right. Darn. I was all excited. I thought we had no ash output anymore. We still have an ash output. But let's grab the electric boilers then. Let's grab that. That should let these run. I mean, I guess I could... Most of my electric boilers, there's no reason not to just, like, be thinking about throwing efficiency modules in them kind of all the time, huh? Yeah. I'm not going to do it here because I'm lazy and I don't want to have to remember to do it, but... Definitely something we should be thinking about in bigger builds when we need a lot of steam, is just efficiency module, the electric boilers, now that we have modules. I say now that we have modules as if we haven't had modules for a couple hundred hours now, but you know, there's a lot of things to think about, and my brain is not that big. Not that volume is a worthwhile way to measure brains, but you know what I mean. Are we finally ready to do acetylene? 3.5 hours into the stream, are we going to do the thing that I said I would do at the start? All right, there we go. All the bots. So how many are in this network now? Almost 5,000. Excellent. So before I do actually go figure out acetylene, let's check on, I mean, this is one of the things I'm curious about. Like, I only added like 7.5 coke a second extra, and I don't think that's going to be enough to make up for like some of this demand. Yeah, okay, that one doesn't matter. That's a void. But like, which should be marked as such, although I probably don't have all of my coke overflows set to go to a V network. Something to think about. Because yeah, like antimony, still waiting for coke. Whatever, coke and salt. This is going to be sodium hydroxide. So we do still need more coke, realistically. You know, we can duplicate the red hot coke build. That's not too much of a hassle, I don't think. Sorry, wrong button. Where am I going here? Over here. So like, I mean, this whole thing, right? We can just like copy from here and hook up wherever it needs to go, basically. Here would be fine. Especially now that we have more coal, right? We added more coal. I don't know if that was last time or the time before, but all right, yeah, let's do that. Let's just double red hot coke. So 2 basic oxygen furnaces here. Three quenching towers. 1 pressure pump. 2 electric boilers. And that should be everything. And the reason that I'm doing this, well, there's 2 reasons I'm doing this in another build. One is just kind of to keep the coke sources distributed around the map. Like, my rails are long, it takes a long time for things to go places. And Cybersyn does have some understanding of, like, proximity. So having coke sources distributed is good. And it's also, like, we're already generating pretty much a belt of coke, supposedly. Oh, I'm using stack inserters out, so it doesn't look like a whole belt, but it is basically a single belt of coke out. And I could probably push that up to 2 belts here. You know, maybe we could double this. And maybe we should just double it here first before we do... You know what? Yeah, let's do that. Let's double it here first. And then we can think about duplicating another one. So let's go into YAFC, and let's do this to be 30 coal a second. I think it's still going to be 2 of these, 3 of these. We only need 1 more electric boiler instead of 2, and we don't need another pressure pump. Okay. So only 1 of those, no pressure pump. And we are going to have to rebuild a lot of that to handle the new scale. It is pretty much a clean rebuild, I think. Oh, we also need plenty of stack inserters. Do I have those in my... Slot 24. 10, 24, yes. Let's get some more stack inserters before we leave. Cool. Because I'm going to want to change the input station for the raw coal. Or not the raw coal, just the coal. And the output station for the coke to have... to have stack inserters on and off the trains, because we're dealing with 2 belts at a time now. So... And then this really is as big as I can, like, reasonably make this with, like, the current speed of loading and unloading trains and things like that. So the next time we need more coke from Red Hot Coke, we will want to scale it to another machine or to another build. But I think it's fine to scale this to a 2-belt scale now. I think we'll be okay with getting stuff in and out. It is... I'm still somewhat concerned that this is a very not centralized location as far as just like latency across the map goes, but that is what it is. All right, this is going to take a minute to run down all of its coal. Something else we can think about is coke oven gas, like... I presumably am currently voiding it. This is the void, huh? Coke oven gas to syngas. And these are backed up on... Ooh. That's bad. Yeah, that's really bad, because this doesn't have any trains coming. Lol. Okay. So that is maybe going to be a problem. If we have way too much flue gas around the base, I mean, we can duplicate this pretty easily. This is, I think, a pretty straightforward build, other than the pipe for geothermal water that zigzags through it. But like, it's quite possible that this didn't run for a while because it was out of gasoline. That seems unlikely, though. It's possible. It's possible because our fuels were really screwed up for a while. But I mean, there's only a couple of these that are like the bulk of our current flue gas. So maybe it was the case that we had way too much and it is now being removed. I mean, it's also possible that this is making way too much flue gas. And maybe we need to find a better way to process our coke oven gas. Rather than turning it into flue gas. All right, and this is where I run out of patience, and we do this. All right, all of this can get cleaned up then. Because we're gonna, like I said, this is basically a rebuild from scratch kind of situation, because I did not really plan for how to do this, make this scalable. Okay. So we've got a stacked belt coming in here. That feeds 4 basic oxygen furnaces. Making red hot coke. Each of those also needs a steam input, which I think I had on the bottom. And they're going to pull in how much coal each? 7 plus whatever they need for fuel. So it's really like 30 divided by 4, 7.5 each. So that's like 2 or 3 blue inserters. And then the output is coke oven gas, and that's this pipe, which we're gonna redo. I'll redo all the plumbing with niobium pipes just because I have the space to do so. Okay, that is fine there. Let's clean all this up as well. We'll redo all of it. So these guys all output 5 ash plus 1.6, so like 6. Okay. Sorry, it's 5 ash in total, so it's a little over 1 ash each. I think we can use... Oops. All right, so that should be... That'll be ash out, and then the actual red hot coke out will come out this way. Cool. All of that feeds into half a dozen quenching towers. Doing coke from red hot coke. Outputting steam on the bottom. Bringing in... Outputting steam on the top? No. We'll make this work. It is going to be a little bit of a zigzag, though. Because these are going to have water and pressurized air in. Pardon me. And then steam out, obviously. And then they each bring in, yeah, it's only 1.2, which means we can use one of those guys. Yay. Awesome. And then what? All of this outputs a grand total of 35 items a second, which is... What is that? 6 coke a second and 0.8. All right. So this is going to end up with... We're going to run that first, and then we'll figure out how we're doing this, except not like that. This output belt has to be stacked. There's no two ways about that. So... We're going to stack it. It's going to be like... Yeah, 2 of these should be enough. And then 1 more that's going to be for coal dust. We'll see if that ends up being enough or if we need 1 more outserter on these. I don't remember what I had before. And I will have to figure it out. 3 of these. That loops back around there. And then here we can actually do the split all the way up on this side now. Now that I don't need the coke on Oh, that was wrong. Let's leave that part. Now that I don't need the coke on the for the boilers anymore, we can do coal dust here. And then this will be like 2 belts of coke. So we'll do like that. Oh, this needs to be changed to orange outserters as well. Let me get that figured out. Before I go any further. So this is loading a train. All right, that should work for the coke output. This should all be good here. So we bring this in here. Now I think we just have to bring in a water input and the pressurized air input. Water we also need to share with our boilers. So let's grab that. Grab a top-up valve. And a pipe. And our boilers. And then let's just route this kind of as directly as possible. We can use that as a pass-through. That's fine. That's water. And then the pressure pump. Pressurized air. So yeah, these guys are just waiting for their first steam, and they should turn on. All right, yeah, it looks like that's plenty of inserter capacity or outserter capacity here. So let's just turn on... Turn on the steam. And the system should start turning on. Why not this one? Oh, there it goes. Oh, I'm an idiot. I'm an idiot. I'm an idiot. I'm an idiot. Cool. Well, We'll fix that. That's not a big deal. Cool. This seems like it's working. The last one isn't going to run, like, forever. And I guess the last thing I need to maybe do is have a bypass for spoiled Red Hot Coke. We bring that all the way down here. And we do a splitter with an input priority and nothing on the other output. There we go. So if it does spoil, we'll pull the spoiled stuff through before anything else goes. But cool. That is a significant upgrade in the Coke production of this build. It's something like quadruple of what it was at the start of the stream, between switching to electric boilers and also doubling the actual input amount of coal. Probably should have done this a long time ago, but, you know. All right, we do probably need to figure out our coke oven gas situation because, like, the flue gas is just not coming out of here fast enough, which is understandable, right? We're making like 2,000 flue gas a second up there. 500 a second. Okay, I was exaggerating a little bit, but even still. Like, clearly the trains can't clear this fast enough. It's too much coming down into the actual flue gas void, right? Like, this still has 10 trains with this stop consistently. And, like, most of the other stations are managing to be serviced often enough in the round robin that it doesn't kill them. But this one, coke oven gas, and also this one, syngas via hot syngas. I don't know how much flue gas this is making. $1,000. Okay. So yeah, between these two, we're making like 1,500 flue gas, and it's just not feasible to dump that via rails. So I think what we need to do is we need to process it on site up here, either into ash or into acid gas, either one. Unless I have a better way to get rid of flue gas at this point, like, but I doubt it. I mean, we are already making syngas. So I guess I could do this, flue gas to syngas. Since syngas is our output here, right? Yeah, let's do that. Let's do that for both of those builds. We'll do it separately. But if we look in here, coke oven gas to syngas, if we take our flue gas and we want it to become syngas, the big thing is that we need to bring in activated carbon now, and we didn't before. But hopefully, we look at hot syngas. Yeah, this already brings in a few solids. So what I'll do is we'll add the activated carbon to the requests for this one, and it can share it with the other build. So I just need 2 filters, and we'll be good to go. What made me decide to do 1-1 trains? They look cool when they're zipping around. And I do occasionally regret that choice because it really restricts the throughput of our stations and, like, is probably my #1 cause of headaches, other than my own general mistakes, is, you know, figuring out throughput for bigger builds and having to split builds to multiple stations and things like that. But the trains look really cool when they're zipping around. And I like trains. You and a friend just started X200. Yeah, I saw your going live in Discord when I posted mine. No splitters and ash sucks. Yes. For sure. It took me... Where was I? And this is X1, but it took me probably 17 hours for my first splitter. First simple circuits were 19 hours. You had 600 hours to normal run? Okay. I finally set up red belts relatively recently. Later than I maybe necessarily needed to. I've been trying to build small whenever possible, so for the most part, especially since I have stacked belts, right? So most of the places I would have used red belts, I've just used stack inserters instead. Hopefully Stellar Expedition plays with that balance a little bit, because like I have felt like I have no need to use red belts. Am I using vanilla trains? I'm using Cybersyn. All right, so here we want activated carbon, and then from here we're gonna take one of our filters. We're gonna do syngas. And we're gonna take the output of that. I'll use the same old pipes that are still in this build, just so that I'm not trying to mix and match pipe types. And we need the activated charcoal. much does this use? Almost nothing. Cool. All right, there's that one. And then same thing here, right? We've got, yeah. We just take this and we drop it here. Holy moly, next to your bots rock. I used a quick start mod, so these are Mark IV bots that I have just because I don't consider the speed of building things to be part of the challenge. There are a lot of things that are part of the challenge, but being able to just build stuff is not what I'm here for. But yeah, I'm sitting at nearly 600 hours in. 540. I'm on chem science is where I've gotten to. Although right now I'm researching stuff that doesn't need chem science because I didn't finish the tree before. But I'd played Pi a little bit in the past before I started this. Not super far into it, but probably to Pi Sci 1. So I kind of knew what I was doing, at least to that point. My only advice for how at 600 hours you were only just starting to get the rail network up and running. Yeah. I think streaming it helps because I always am trying to make sure that I'm doing new things so I don't spend a ton of time messing with old builds when I could be doing new interesting content, right? That push for new content is definitely a big help in always making progress. But also, like, I'm really trying to build small. You know, this whole base is like 18 SPM is not even really sustainable when we run, and that's with is that with, yeah, my vat brains are running again. So that's with the vat brain bump. So we're really like 10 to 12 SPM. Because we're not running chem science right now, we can run everything else a little bit faster just because of the, you know, the tiered science pack usage. But when I go back up to chem science, we'll be down at like 10 SPM. And like, that's fine. It takes so long to get everything built, and especially to figure out what I need to build, that 10 SPM is more than enough. All right, I can disassemble all this now. Took multiple full days to program the trains. Yeah, I appreciate the improvements to vanilla trains, and I'm going to keep using things like Cybersyn or LTN whenever possible, because I'm not that good with combinators, is the answer. Have to redo it because I don't think the way I had it set it up will work with prioritizing byproducts. Yeah, figuring out priorities for byproducts is super important. Especially in hard mode. All right, one more train is going to come pick up here, and then I will let this, I'll disassemble this other station, and then we're done here. Hopefully this will fix the issues that the sort of central flue gas processing was having, because this was just too much flue gas to try to send it down there all at once. Okay. Twitch is telling me that it's time to run an ad again. I will let it run the ad break. I'm going to step away and get a little bit more water during the break. I recommend everyone else do the same. Hydrate, posture check, all those good things. If you've been sitting around for at least an hour, you should move. And when I come back, we'll, I keep saying acetylene. Maybe we'll finally do acetylene. I'll see everyone shortly. Welcome back, everybody. Thanks for hanging around through the break. Oh, if I could redo my trains, what size would I pick? If I was going to redo the base, I would try to do a lot more with caravans, and I would probably only be using trains for the things that really need to be moved in, like, bulk quantities. So it's really hard to say. Like, the base would be so completely different from the design that I've gone for here. I think in such a design, I would probably try to do, like, the main train lines in a way that they can handle multiple sizes of train, right? And that way I can do larger trains for the things that need them and still just one size trains for... Yeah. But since you're on whatever your huge multiplier is, 200x, like, you're going to be moving so many materials around. I would definitely not try to do 1-1 trains with a science multiplier. Because again, I'm already running into situations where like I need to split builds and the train throughput is limiting for me. And if I wanted to build bigger, I would do at least 1-2-1s, maybe bigger. But I'm doing 2-4s for a 200x multiplier. Probably. It's hard to judge because so much of what goes into science directly is fairly low quantities, even with a 200x multiplier. Right? But the sort of deeper dependencies balloon very quickly. I can't imagine ever being bottlenecked by trains with a 2-4 train, but that's also, you know, in this space with my scale of science. Oh, I contemplated more coke and I built it. We can do that. Orange inserters for chromium. What is that? I'm gonna keep avoiding acetylene since we've not done it anywhere. I'm assuming what I mean is that, yeah, the chromium ore is only coming off on blue inserters into here. Although it seems like we have plenty of it, so maybe it's fine? And what about the chromium ore? I mean, it seems okay. It seems like it's all running fine. All right. I'll call that done. As long as it's keeping up, I'm not too concerned about it. Yeah, I think I was having issues with sand castings briefly, so chromium might still be a little bit behind. Yeah. Oh, I need to fix that. That should not be high priority anymore. I had this flagged as high priority before I rebuilt tin because I needed tin chromium alloy. It was some loop that I was trying to see closed. So I had to make sure that was prioritized when tin wasn't running well. But now that we have heaps of tin, I'm not concerned about it. So we can let chromium kind of get distributed around the base. Because tin chromium alloy is going to take, like, all of the chrome that it can, right? Same with nichrome. Where is tinned chromium alloy? Is it not right here? There it is. Yeah. This is going to get... I'm sure there's some pent-up demand for tin chromium alloy since chrome was broken. Yes. Yeah, but there is still some here, so that is good. The other places that need it, yeah, petroleum gas. It's going to take a couple more deliveries before tin chromium alloy really starts buffering. But none of it looks critical, so I'm not going to keep the priority there. I'll just let it balance over time as chromium kind of catches back up. How are we doing? Yeah, lead containers are stalled. That's not a surprise. Lead antimony lead antimony alloy stopped. Does that mean antimony broke again? Yes. Because coke. Are we not? Oh, I'm an idiot. When I rebuilt this station, I didn't reconnect the control signal. And also, let this be like 3. All right. Well, that'll do it. It'll take a couple of trains. Because our coke was already behind, and leaving that turned off means that it's just going to be further behind. You know, not miserably far behind. That could just be because the base as a whole is slowing down because we've had so many little bottlenecks. And yeah, fortunately, the drive from here to antimony is not as bad as some of the trips that have to be made. But it'll take a minute for us to catch up on coke production here. I probably also should do something with... Let's see if I can do this all from the radar without having to go down there myself. That would be cool. If we grab the coke buffer here... Oh, I had this before. Ha! Yes. So I need to re-implement a thing that I had implemented before and then forgot about. Which is... that these should all be, actually... do it on these instead of those, but enable only when coke is less than, like, I don't know, 6,000. Yeah, it should really be like 10,000, shouldn't it? There we go. And that should just make sure that we're not leaving red hot coke back here to just spoil on the belt. Boop, boop, ba-doo. Cool. That is working. Hopefully this has gotten some coke. It has. Let's get this turned back on. That coke belt goes on like a magical journey before it gets over here. I could probably snake it through more directly, but like, Antimony has been rebuilt like 3 times now, and some of the belt routing shows that it has been rebuilt a couple of times. So... yeah, that'll get antimony turned back on. As far as closing the loop on silver goes... ethylene glycol is sitting almost ready for a delivery. Probably same with the Dow froth, sitting almost ready for a delivery. What's the ratio on those when we ship in the ethylene glycol? Okay, it's 1-to-1. So we only need a little bit of silver to, like, close the loop. As long as we have enough of the Dow froth 250 here for this to run long enough to close that loop. And that's what I'm concerned about, is that we're going to run out of this very quickly. A train is stuck. Uh-oh. Indeed it is. What did I do? So there's too much of something in here. Oh, wait. Iron plates aren't a thing. Ah, okay. I didn't remove the iron plates from this when I swapped this over to making sticks from molten iron. And now the station is over full. So I've got to just go over there and remove that. That's not a thing that I can have bots do. Not a thing I can do from the map. Fortunately, I think that means that we have plenty of zinc because the zinc plate processing is fully saturated and fully backed up. So I'm not overly concerned with zinc being yet another problem. I think we just have to grab the iron plates out of there and we're fine. This one? Yes. I don't remember the last time I went to the zinc build. Like, it has been running effectively for quite some time. All right, there we go. Problem solved. How's this stuff doing? Actually still running. Wow. I'm shocked. Like, we're actually making shafts. It's taking a little while. Yeah, how far behind were we on these? Okay, so we're going to have to run quite a bit of gearboxes into this system before the gearboxes finally make their way up to here. But shafts? We got a train load of shafts. I don't even remember the last time that happened. Cool. That's excellent. And if we see where this train is going. Oh, cool. It's taking him to the mall. Which, sure. I don't know if that would have been my priority, but let Cybersyn do its thing. Probably there's already plenty of shafts in Shaft Mark II. Yeah, there are. Shaft Mark IIs are running too. That means that's our second delivery of shafts today, since shaft Mark IIs are already running, which is absolutely huge. What does this need? This needs gearboxes still? Okay. And gearboxes are, yeah, we're waiting on other gearboxes. And those, like I said, we're kind of still catching up on that part. Like, we're feeding the gearboxes shafts, and they're just still rebuffering on this side because we're so far behind on mechanical parts. So, like, I think this can make them 0.06, 0.08, yeah. So this can make them slightly faster than this can use them. So, like, they'll back up on this belt eventually, but it really won't be until this is done that we start pushing, if you could even call it a quote-unquote reasonable quantity of gearboxes out of this build. And that's fine. Science is still going. I'm fine with that. How's good alien samples? Still waiting for primers. How are primers? We fixed those, right? Sure. I probably could have put 6 of these in. 5 is exactly enough. But yeah, we're making primers again. Plasmids are halted because we don't have laboratory instruments. Laboratory instruments are broken because of something glass? Simple circuit boards. Okay, which is batteries, which is antimony. So that's fine. Glass is running. Yeah, it seems like maybe flipping the switch on, running that aromatics, or letting that aromatics build push into diesel might have been enough to keep... I was going to say, might have been enough to keep things running, but now we don't have... Oh, right, I was going to switch this over to naphtha. I was talking about doing that, and I got halfway, and then I forgot. You know what? I changed my mind. It's not a big deal. Like, if stuff is working now, then let's let it work now. But also, like, switching over to the naphtha means swapping out chromium for tin chromium alloy, and there's other changes that need to happen to do that, and it's only a small boost. It's, I mean, like 15% boost to the amount of diesel we get out of it, but... I mean, we can always do... Actually, I wonder if naphtha to hydrogen... and then hydrogen into that system is better than just naphtha directly. It's certainly more naphtha efficient, but I don't know if it's more, like, total conservation of fuel value efficient or not. Okay. let's yeah, it's hard to really get a picture of what's going on with acetylene right now because lead's not running until we get the antimony situation like fully resolved. But how are we doing on? Okay, we're out of the Dow froth. So I'm probably going to need to go manually move some stuff around for silver. Because, yeah, we're not going to get a delivery of these. Okay, let's do that then. It's the best way to get over there. Because I can see that antimony is going to halt again because we're out of the Dow froth. And the Dow froth needs ethylene glycol, which needs silver. And silver needs antimony. So the loop will close. Like the numbers work in YAFC. It's just a matter of getting to the point where, you know, we have other things that are buffering these products as well, right? We have other demands for silver. We have other demands for antimony. So not... All right, so these guys are going to have to run. It's going to take a little while. And then I'll have to hand deliver those up to silver. And that silver should help keep antimony running, which will hopefully get a couple more deliveries of lead antimony alloy. Speaking of which... but this is like 1 to, yeah, you can see here 1 to 5, or sorry, 4 to 5. So it does sort of expand, right? When we get to this step, which means that, you know, we only need a couple of deliveries here to help keep the whole demand for lead antimony alloy saturated. But again, like, batteries are still a situation. Although now it's vacuum tubes. Interesting. How are vacuum tubes conceivably broken? Do I just not make enough of them? I guess we do also... Do we need them for electronics as well? Does that use vacuum tubes? It does. Okay, so that's probably it. I didn't scale up vacuum tubes. I scaled up, like, everything else over here. Except maybe air core inductors. So we might just need, like, 50% more assemblers making vacuum tubes. Or even twice as many. That's not too much of a pain to do. Oh, because these go from stack of 100 to a stack of 50, even though they're 1-to-1, we should actually get a train delivering these, so I don't even have to watch this. So yeah, let's grab the electronics factories we need. And let's increase vacuum tube production, since clearly we're not making enough of those. And, okay, this is all running. Which means we must have gotten some lead pulled out of this whole system, which probably means that lead over here is getting to the point where I can clean it up. Molten, yes. plate, no. All right. Well, I'll probably just let that keep going. Because it should be the priority source of lead plate. Let's just make sure. Yes, 12K lead plate marked as priority 1. Hey, there we go. It's going to take a little while before that finishes emptying. But now that the molten lead at that station is finished, that does mean we'll get more lead. At least molten lead demand will start to be satisfied from the new lead build. And when we have demand for lead, we can make silver without fuel rods. So we want to make sure we do that. The more lead demand we have, the better as far as our silver production goes. All right, bots. Clean out a bunch of this iron. And then we're out of here. This way. And vacuum tubes. Oh, I didn't double check. 21 vacuum a second, 100 a second, no problem. Cool. Vacuum tubes are doubled. Let's double check all of our input amounts here. Yep, should be fine with the inserters that we've got. And then back here, how are we doing on these guys? It's going to take a little while. Yeah, plastic is buffering a lot. That's great. I am happy with that. We might need more salt if this is getting blocked on salt, although it also looks like hydroxide is buffering as well. Up here, we probably, I was going to say we probably stopped running, but no, we're still, yeah, we're like just catching up on molten lead here. Yeah, which means we're only going to make a little bit more molten silver. As these, well, it takes a little while for everything to kind of fully back up, right? But that's good. Like, as long as this is running and we're getting refined silver lead, I am a happy Brannon. Because that's, again, that's silver without fuel rods, right? If we get the molten silver, so... And then once we have fuel rods kind of running consistently, which means that all of this has like had time to buffer some lead containers and stuff like that, we will we want to flip. I have molten silver kind of disabled as an output of this build right now. This pump actually pumps out, but we will want to flip this at some point. So that molten silver ends up in the right place. But we don't want to do that until we're sure that we're running this consistently, because that's gonna suck silver out of the whole system for a little while it buffers all that molten. Okay. Well, other than... Yeah, these are going to stop soon. Yeah, there we go. These are all yellow. This has gone yellow. Which means up here, this one's going to go yellow. Yeah. So that's it. That's the end of our fuel rodless silver. A few hundred of it. Silver is just such a problem. Yeah, these are 4-to-1, which is ridiculous. How much lead antimony alloy it takes to get a delivery here. But 4 deliveries of lead antimony alloy here turns into 1 delivery to this, which turns into 2 deliveries, although that's just because this is half the stack size. But yeah, it uses a lot of lead antimony alloy for the silver, which is why, again, why we really want lead to have demand. It's kind of sad that we don't have more lead demand right now, but there's not a lot I can do about that. But yeah, I do still think... I do think we have enough of these lead containers that this is going to do a proper delivery on its own, so I don't have to... That might mean that we're good enough, honestly. If this is going to loop through even just once, like, I'd have to do the math on how much silver that gets us and how much more antimony that gets us, but probably the loop is closed. Which is good. I imagine antimony is halted right now. Yeah. Yep, on the Dow froth. So yeah, we do need silver still. And yeah, everything that creates silver is, or everything that demands silver is behind. Ooh, deliveries of soot though, so that's good. Because this is our other silver process. And actually, a delivery of soot will certainly turn this into a delivery of silver somewhere. Our three places that demand silver are ethylene glycol, which we've talked about. It's fetal serum, which we need for vat brains. And it's optical fiber for red chips. And also science. But yeah, waiting for this to, like, actually work has had me real nervous. I keep going back to checking this stuff because it's really hard to figure out what's... It's hard to tell if it's stabilized or not, just kind of from the current state of things. Okay. What's... Oh, yeah, these are just still fully saturating their belts. That's all. Ooh, we might not get a whole, I mean, I knew this was, yeah, I mean, 10 to 0.3 fair. I thought we would get a delivery out of this, but it looks like not quite. It's gonna be like 93 of them or something. I think we got unlucky there. Because a train is 2,000. If it's 10 to 0.3. Yeah, we got pretty unlucky there. You would expect on average to get like 60. And instead, we got like 32. All right. Is there anything else to work on right now is really the question. Acetylene was the goal, but like our lead ore demand is low, so acetylene is not a huge deal at the moment. Like it will have had time to deal with itself. I think we still need to like... We still need to think about doing another acetylene build. For sure. But I'm not convinced that it's like the most critical thing. And also, it's quite possible that now that we fixed our coke issues, this build will be able to run more consistently. Which would also be cool. Because, yeah, Red Hot Coke should be a significantly better... Ooh! Yeah, we do request a full... But only 3 trains with this... Oh! How about that? There you go. Now it's happy to assign more trains. Alright, this should help with keeping this build running. Because our coal is somewhat diversely sourced, so these trains are going to be going to multiple coal like pickup stations to bring it over here. Which hopefully means that it'll be coming through consistently. What I'd really like to see is this actually being able to fill up its buffer, but that may not happen. Yeah. As soon as we're up to 6, that means this has run empty. And like, there's trains that are close, but they're just not quite there yet. There's this one and this one that are both pretty close by. This one is pretty close to being on the way. So maybe we'll get enough trains dispatched kind of all at once to get this caught up. But I'm not convinced that it'll... I'm just watching all of these get closer by here. I mean, pushing it up to 6 has it running more consistently, but still not, like, all the time. And that's just, like, the latency issue, right? Where it takes a certain amount of time for a train to be dispatched, get to the pickup station, get to here. I think realistically, we also... I mean, we're catching up on coke demand, right? So this thing shouldn't be running full tilt all the time forever. It's just running full tilt all the time right now. And I think once it has time for this to actually fill up, then trains will get dispatched a little more regularly. I think it's as good as it's going to get for now, given our 1-1 train situation. So... What are we at? Okay, another 180. Yeah, we're fine. There's gonna be enough of these to get a delivery out. So, and then here there should be about a quarter. And then this is going to be waiting for antimony. We kind of keep going backwards on closing the loop. Antimony is waiting on the Dowfroth, right, which I just checked, and is waiting on silver. So once we get... I mean, potentially just this delivery of fuel rods is enough, but you know, a few more deliveries of silver around the base to keep things from getting totally ruined again would be nice to see. Because we're still kind of catching up on the whole glass situation. It was in bad shape, and it always takes a long time to reaccumulate when it's in bad shape. Yeah, fuels were broken for at least a few hours. I mean, I should actually be able to see this. Yep. Yeah, that's bad. That's bad. Hopefully... I mean, it does seem like we're catching up on liquid fuels. Let's make sure we're making diesel again. Or at least we've turned all the aromatics into diesel. Good. So that should keep running. And then beyond that, I think we're back in a good place. Like, I think things are mostly functional. Not perfect by any means. And we're still waiting on some things to kind of fully catch up. But things are moving. And what's going on here? I guess we must have just gotten a little bit of molten lead delivered or picked up again. Where is the... There it is, silver plate. Nope, not that one. This one. Yeah, so this should get a delivery going somewhere soon. And it's going to go to... Nope. I think this one is optical fiber. Not great. Not the ideal ideal one for it to go to, but that's fine. This is gonna suck up quite a bit of silver as it slowly rebuffers the glass core here. But we don't go through that very quickly, so I'm not worried about it like long term. And then when this one hits delivery thresholds, I guess we'll find out what's gonna go on there. This should have a train dispatched. Yes. Cool. So this is actually the first time we've gotten a delivery from fuel rods up to silver that I haven't had to hand deliver. So, like, that's a good sign. Iron niobium alloy is halted. Why? We might just need to make more of it. Like, that's a possibility, is that I didn't account for how much... Oh yeah, these will use 6 a second. I'm surely not making enough. Yeah, we make 1 a second. Okay, so that's going to be a problem. I guess we should think about grabbing alloy smelting stage 3 then. In the short term, like, we can double this, but getting all the way up to the, like, 6 a second that this uses, I didn't even see that. Because, yeah, if we're going to do the molten, like, going up to 6 a second is easy. Heck, do that. 100 molten iron a second is not redonkulous, I don't think. If I look at how much molten iron we're actually making, it's like... Okay, 65 is what we make in total right now. So that would be all of my... Whatever. We're also obviously going to have to scale up iron. I think I have new iron tech available soon, so we can think about that as well. And then niobium complex. I'll have to look into niobium processing and see what the state of that is. But for now... Here, let's put this back to where it was, because that is the state of the world. Okay. So maybe that's the thing that's the next priority then. I mean, I was going through this for fuel oil. Probably not as big a priority as things that are currently broken. So for alloy smelting 3, what do we need? We need chromium 3 and cobalt 2. And then there's probably also an iron improvement. There is not a niobium improvement. Oh, right. I think I knew that about niobium. So yeah, we want cobalt processing. We want chromium processing, and we want alloy smelting. Okay. Cobalt processing gives us cobalt sulfate, clean cobalt sulfate, cobalt oxide. I have no idea what I'm doing with any of those things. Chromium gives us whole new chromium processing, including molten chromium, so that's something to think about, because we might want to rebuild chromium processing. And then alloy smelting stage 3 gives us our upgraded iron niobium alloy from molten niobium. All right, those are the new priorities tech-wise. we will eventually get to the fuel oil thing. Other than that, I don't really know what to be working on in the base, but I'll figure that out next time. I'm going to call it here. This is a good place to wrap up. Things are mostly working, it seems like. We fixed a bunch of random little bugs around the base today, so I'm pretty happy with that. Expanding coke is good. And hydroxide, plastic, all of those things are valuable. So mostly bug fixes today, but that's all right. Thanks very much, everyone, for watching. I really appreciate it. If you find this on YouTube and want to watch live, there's a link to my Twitch down in the description. And I will see everybody next time. Actually,